What problem are you talking about? Why do you have a problem? See, that's what I don't get. You're like invoking problems that aren't there. I don't understand.
The question is posed, what if the camera was on the entire time? That's the problem put in front of us. Now, when we have footage of that already happening, how does that solve Flat Earthers' problem?
Wait, what problem? You want more camera?
I just explained what the problem is. I just fucking explained it just now.
I don't understand it, dude.
Okay, then why are you here? If the problem is put in front of you, that this is what they're asking for. They're asking for the camera to be on the entire time, from launch up into space. We have that footage. Now what? What do we do now?
Where is it at?
The 2001 Mars Odyssey launch.
Where is it at?
Do you need me to say it again, or?
My only problem is you should want more, right? Like, you're spending time being mad at flat earthers when you yourself think that there's like issues, unsolvable issues. You're not going to fix them. They can't help you in any way. And then you get mad when it's like you could be providing more and more and more and more data for yourself and others.
I think
here's footage of that rocket launch, by the way.
I think we've been providing plenty of data for pretty much everything.
Yeah,
and a lot of data,
and just like I've posted, and just like I posted just now, if they ask for the camera to be on from launch until space, and they fucking get it, like the thing that I just posted, that's been a thing for years, and flat earthers have been asking the same stupid question, and it's right there in front of you. That's where it is, but they still don't accept it. Why? Why don't they accept it?
We've been over this. Oh my gosh, let's watch it together again.
Yep, let's watch it together.
Launch into space. The camera is on the entire time. That's what they're asking for. Here's the footage of it.
Yeah,
it's right in the chat.
You can see the flat Earth in the chat right there. There it is.
We can see the flat Earth.
Can you show me that the Earth is flat based on that?
Yeah, because if it was a globe, it would go back around to the other side, and it doesn't.
What are you? Okay, he's trolling now.
Okay, thanks for the dumbness, Don.
No, dude, I came in here and I said we should tell NASA to turn on the camera of the ISS for the full orbit. Then this guy came in with a 15-minute thing, and then you did this thing that you've done dozens of times before. You guys are short of the goalpost all the time. That's why it's like, stop trying to punch down. That's why you punch down, because you actually know how weak you are, and you try to weasel out wins, right? You should be reaching up and be demanding more from the people that actually have it, because you ain't got shit, man.
Yeah, this is
okay. The reason why we don't meet the goalposts is because they keep fucking moving every single time. That's why when they say, show me the rocket or show me the camera being on the entire time, and then we show them, then they turn it into some other claim. That's why we don't reach the goalposts, because they fucking move them every fucking time.
Doofus, when I say the entire time, I was talking about the ISS context, meaning the entire time of one full orbit.
What would that do? So if you had that, what would that do for you? Would you automatically accept it?
It would give us more.
Ask for something else?
It would give us more.
Yep.
We'll see when it happens. It'll give us more.
Guess what?
It will give us more.
Then you'd ask for more.
It'll meet the goalpost.
I want more.
Sorry, you can't meet the goalpost.
And then you move the goalpost again.
Because it keeps moving. In fact, actually, this is better. This is better. We have footage of the ISS on night pass, time lapse from the photographer inside the ISS at nighttime. So
we've seen it. Now we've seen that, right?
It's been in this chat actually like an hour and a half ago. I think they posted it. That was when the same day as rocket launch too.
Yeah. And what are your normal? I know what the top 3 answers are, but what do you? People who want to try to explain it, what are their first 3 grievances or excuses? The people who don't run away.
There's nothing to explain. It's footage of a camera of the nighttime pass of the ISS that you asked for.
They just claim it's fake. That's the argument right there. Oh no, it looks fake.
Yes, you are. He's onto it, Doofus. They claim it's fake in the way of it's possibly CGI. They claim it's fake in the way of it only has 1 frame per minute or 1 frame for 4 minutes, 1 frame per minute, something like that. 1 frame every couple seconds. these are their top responses. These are the top ones.
Right. So when they ask for footage of the nighttime pass of the ISS, and then they get that, and then they change the requirement to be something else, that's when the goalposts are moving. So when you say we never meet the goalposts, the reason why is exactly as you mentioned. That's why we can't meet them, because they keep fucking moving.
No, I don't move. I would never move a goalpost on you. You should never move a goalpost on yourself. And that's what I'm saying. You should set a goalpost fairly high and reach up to it. The flat earther is not going to satisfy your goalpost. So you need to reach up.
So then what fixes the problem? What fixes the flat earth issue?
You really need to reach up. Like, as much scrutiny as you give flat earthers, you should give NASA more scrutiny. Like, just as much. You should treat them as potential, like, look, man, you guys, there's all our nationhood brothers out here, man. People are losing their minds. It's not healthy. We think they're so wrong. We think they're unhealthy, dishonest people. Help us solve it for them, right? You could sit here and say that a portion is going to hand wave it. You saw the final experiment where some people did get converted to the globe Earth. There was a non-zero amount, right? Got to agree with that,
yes,
right?
There was a non-zero amount. Yes.
Okay, right. So let's be honest. So doing more produces results, right? So let's do more.
More what? More what?
Well, here's the real problem: is they already did that. We already had footage uninterrupted of 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That already existed. What that event really did was cause Jaron, who personally went, no, not backpedaling. We already had footage of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. When Jaron went, that's the reason why he flipped. And him flipping is the reason why other people flipped. The whole final experiment thing showed us things that we already had. We already had that.
Yep. We were just like, yeah.
So, right. But what happened was with, sorry.
We said, yeah, we told you were going to see it. And look, you saw it.
Okay. But I want to ask, because he did kind of make, that's a good point, Doofus. And I guess I want to extrapolate the distinct conclusion out of that. Are we kind of seeing then it's not only that it has to be documented, but the person actually has to go, and then a leader has to like pass down the confidence? Is that part of the equation? Is like they have to actually go for themselves? Is that kind of the point you're making, sir?
The point I'm making, in a broader sense, is that every flat earther is going to flip for different reasons. Jaron's was he had to see it himself. Some other flat earthers, like Robbie Davidson, it's just enough of the conversation surrounding the event caused him to flip. So different people need different things in order to flip, and there are some people where there's the vast majority of flat earthers will not flip for any kind of evidence. So when you say we need to be asking the authorities for something better, what's that going to do? What is the real change? It's going to do non-zero.
You know it's going to be a non-zero change, and I don't think it's fair for you to make a broad statement of most of them won't do for it. I mean, maybe you feel that way. I respect that. But I don't really think you quantified that.
I believe that the ones that are hanging around in these chats and the other ones are probably never going to flip, because they've already made up their minds, and everything that's going to show them is going to be up to some other unknown factor.
Again, let's build up a hypothetical, Don, real quick. Actually, if we had irrefutable evidence that the surface of the Earth had to be curved, like say the way that global navigation is conducted, the way things are done at a large scale, as far as navigators, any navigator comes into the chat, says exactly the thing that they do, is exactly the thing that's published. Say we had that, which we do, why wouldn't flat earthers take that information on board?
I'm sure some of them claim that that's it. They want to see curvature just on a close local level, and they claim that that's really all they need. Like people seeing long distance over water or whatever, they're like, that's what made me a flat earther. I mean, I don't know the percentages, but I would hope some of them would be satisfied with more, like when Jaron went out and did the Bedford level thing or whatever else you can infer the curvature from. I mean, I hope that would help some.
Okay, but let me stick to the hypothetical I already put it forward. So we already have, given the way that we interact with the surface of the Earth, irrefutable evidence that the surface of the Earth cannot be flat. So why aren't flat earthers accepting that? Why don't they accept it?
I'm not sure. I don't speak for everybody. That's what I think is weird. Like, we should speak for ourselves, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, if you don't think the flat earthers are actually going to give you more information, now you're like, okay, Don, like, give me an opinion on these things. When we could literally just be like demanding more from the authorities, bro. Like, I just don't know why we waste time like this. Okay.
But we already have more. We have irrefutable evidence that the surface of the Earth cannot be flat. So we have that information already, even from authorities if we really wanted to. Even people who are not authorities, we have that evidence coming out of our ears. All these different measurements and shit. But flat earthers don't accept any of that. The reason why they don't accept any of that is because they never will. It doesn't matter that we have irrefutable evidence that the surface of the Earth can't be flat. They will still be flat earthers.
I think you should be more honest and be open-minded, man. Like, speaking for everybody and saying what they will or won't do. You don't know if people are in a mixed position right now. Like, you know, you see me be in a mixed position. You see me like maybe they're cross-referencing other stuff that still has them like in cognitive dissonance. For instance, when you show your space footage and it looks like a flat freaking
you
disc.
just have this needy energy, man. Your words can go on forever. Beneath these words is this needy energy. It's like you need something from someone.
Damn straight, motherfucker.
You need someone to hold your. It doesn't work, man.
Damn straight, bro.
Help you. The world.
I need some food. Give me food.
The world has to change. Like God has to come down here and remake it flat. It doesn't work.
That's
no
cool.
one can do anything.
You talking about me. Don't talk like he's talking about all groups. He's speaking for all these people in general. Like that's not. We should be healthier than
that. Then look at each individual case. We already have measurements of the surface of the Earth showing that it can't be flat. So even on an individual level, every single flat earther has that information available to them and they reject it. So all of those flat earthers that remain flat earthers can be fit under this same generalization. They all have access to this measurements, stuff we provide for them from authorities or from people who have gone out and done it themselves. They have access to all of that and they remain flat earthers. So I can generally say, on a general level, the flat earthers that are still flat earthers will remain flat earthers no matter how much shit we throw at them.
That's a different issue. To me, that's like this label, this gang issue type of situation. That can go both ways, though, man. That there can be like that's not a problem intrinsic to the flat Earth community. It's not. You have a problem with gang with cult mindseted people in general, not just flat Earthers.
Okay.
Sure. This is the issue at hand, though. It's like you have a problem of epistemics. You're saying because you want to be open-minded, you're introducing every logical possibility, and you've just epistemically shot yourself in the foot where you're unable to discern fact from fiction using a methodology.
If you say so.
Well, how are you able to tell whether something is the case or not with empirical evidence?
With empirical evidence.
Yeah, so if it's given to you, how do you use it?
So do you think that if someone's in a cult, they can never come out? Is that basically you guys' position? That's really the position that you guys don't understand you're taking. You're guaranteeing you cannot, you're real quick. You're guaranteeing.
Well, notice how you're not engaging with the question, right?
Hey, bro, you hear what I said real quick? You're guaranteeing that you can't save people from the flat earth cult. But yet,
notice how you're not engaging with the question that I asked you because it's difficult. It's not an easy process, right? It takes learning, right? It takes effort.
Totally irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant to the shape of the earth.
It's relevant to how we understand these things to be true or not.
It's relevant, dude.
You're saying to be open-minded. It's exactly relevant to your
people
point.
are in a cult. You think you can't save them from a cult, but then you want to talk to them all the time. You want to talk about them all the time. That seems like you don't.
Right. As I mentioned moments ago, it's about entertainment, man.
There you go. That's respectful. If that's your reasonable goal, I'm glad you're achieving it. The thing is other people would say that the purpose of this community is for truth, and you're here for entertainment.
Well, I'm offering that,
and
right?
the truthers,
but you're running from
say
it.
that. Right, the truthers say that while ignoring truth. So
I don't.
Like I said, we've got all these measurements. We've got all this stuff and show different ways that the Earth can't possibly be flat. And all of these different ways are all rejected by all flat earthers because they, by definition, are ignoring the evidence that the Earth is not flat. So, what triggers them to leave flat Earth varies on each person because specifically they're not using reason to arrive at flat Earth. That's why.
I think that thinking people might be in a cult, right, and then saying you're using them for your entertainment, is that moral?
They are using reason just with
Whether it's moral or not doesn't change what the outcome is.
They're being honest. They are using reason. They just were convinced that that's the truth, and that's just that's what happens. And then they realize, oh, this information, and then they use reason again and get out of it. So to say they're not using reason, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, the reasoning that they are given is based on their own incompetence, I guess. Say we see too far is one of their arguments, right? We see too far is an argument based on ignorance of how light works through medium that are non-uniform.
Very possible, yes.
So that's a form of reasoning. It's just really shit reasoning, I guess.
Better said. Very well said. Oh, when the guy says cool shit, his name is, oh, you got it's a different DM over here. Let's see. Dejected Mankind.
Yeah, my name changes every now and again.
It's stuff Manicotti though, right? It's started by the stuff. I mean it though, dude. So you're smart people, you have energy to be in this realm and all this. Like, man, think about like if you treated NASA the same way you would treat the flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? Like this is, when you grill them, like grill a motherfucker, hold their feet to the fire type of shit. Like that, you just don't maybe you're like, I don't need to, or I trust them, or it's like they already kind of do enough and hold their own feet to the fire. Like that, those are fair responses. But I mean, you could also still be holding their feet to the fire. Like the smarter everyday guy. Like he literally went down there, went into the cupola, went in there, and he's like, now tell me again, like tell me about this. And then he's like, now I got an interesting point because like he kind of was really nice about it, but he was up in there pressing them. Like that's the real shit right there, man.
Right, and he pressed them and he got the information that they were already publishing publicly, which is, the blueprints for the dynamic bearing, which he thought was really cool. So aside from that, if I'm talking about holding people to a standard, I'm holding NASA to a standard, which is that if they say they did something, they would provide evidence that they did it. Or if they say something is true, they would provide evidence that is true. That standard is the same standard I'm trying to apply to flat earthers, and I'm not seeing that. That's the problem.
Like if the flat earther was to do a Bedford level and like edit it or whatever, for whatever reason, whether he lied or whether the conditions were, what do I call it? Not within air. If the conditions were too noisy. Noisy is the word I'm looking for. If the conditions were too noisy and they presented you something and they're like, look, this data shows you that it's a flat earth. You would go and scream, where were you? When were you standing? What time was it? What'd you do with the like? You would treat them like that, and you don't do that to NASA.
I do. If they make a claim that something is true, they'll provide me the data that thing is true. If I get from flat earthers, because I know when you're looking at something, when you make an optical observation, the optical medium that you're looking through in order to make that observation needs to be documented. In NASA's case, they will do that. In surveyors' case, they will document their air pressures and temperatures and stuff when they're taking their measurements. Flat earthers will never, ever do the necessary data collection for the optical medium that they're looking through.
saying, say they got to a point where they just lied to you, though, right? They would present it as if it was the flat Earth stuff. You would ask them for this
D. Marble
data.
did.
And they would lie. They could lie about it, right? And then you would
we've seen many
every-
examples of that.
I'm trying to give you the point.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The point is because they're on the other side of you, or they're against the norm, or they're the rare case, or for whatever reason, you would go, wait, I know you just showed it, but you must be lying, or we're missing something. I need you to go repeat it. I need to look into it more. Or I don't believe you, right? Because it doesn't match what you say. Now, just that's how they treat NASA.
That's
right, and you won't treat NASA that way because you won't treat NASA as if they ever could be lying.
That's not true, right? So NASA can send up a rocket, right, up to a certain point. If I want to say, okay, at this elevation that the rocket went, the curvature looked like this. I could send up my own balloon or some sort of rocket that I made myself and see if the curvature matched, right? Couldn't I not do that?
Yeah, more importantly, if they're making a claim about something, they'll provide all the necessary data. If a flat earther makes a claim about something and they're using an optical observation, they won't provide the necessary data. NASA does, flat earthers don't.
Dude, I'm telling you, a flat earther could do that, but it could be a lie. That's the hypothetical we're at now.
But that lie would be easy to find. Because there's always, every single time we've seen it, there's always some sort of data missing whenever flat earthers bring us some sort of observation.
Remember, we're not missing data. In this hypothetical, we're not missing data. You would have to go find it. You would have to demand that they recreate it. That's the position you would be at. That's not
the hypothetical.
Listen, Earth is Life, you agree with me. You said you could look at NASA stuff, then you could go match it. That's the point.
Exactly.
We're not doing that. That's the point.
We are doing with NASA. We are doing that. What are you talking about?
You're not going to Mars to make sure NASA went to Mars. You're not sending up an
guess what? There is an entire there's an entire industry of people that work on the infrastructure that put that rover on Mars.
Right. Keep agreeing with me. Interrupt me to agree with me. You're very nice.
You can look up all the data. You can look up all the schematics for all the things that they built, all for the rover, everything. You can look all that stuff up.
Right. Now put yourself in the flat Earth primitive paradigm. To you, that stuff, what you would want to assume it's a lie. You would want to demand that you can go recreate it yourself. Right. Mm-hmm. That's what you said. You could go and try to match it yourself. Right.
But the thing is, I don't have to personally send a rocket to Mars to know that they actually sent a rocket to Mars.
Okay, if you say so.
And also,
just like I don't have to personally.
This hypothetical is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this hypothetical is a little unrealistic because flat earthers don't know what data they need to provide. That's why they don't provide it. So when you say that in this hypothetical there's no missing data, that's never happened. There's always missing data.
Right. You're copping out. That's a cop out. It's a fucking
there's always missing data. It's not a cop out. That's true.
It's the truth. That's what happened.
Give you a lie. I'm going to deceive you. I'm going to give false data.
Give us an example. Give us a real life example.
Okay, the black swan, right? I would be like, "Yup, I'll lie about the observer height. I'll lie about the temperature of the air, right? I'll do all that."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got a surf report for that.
And
it doesn't depend on the observer anymore.
And then they ignore refraction. Yep.
Right. You would go validate it. My point is just like, if you got to sometimes try to put yourself in the other people's shoes and see how it's equilibrium to your position on the other side. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you could be more scrutinous to NASA. I know you have a high confidence level with them. Their stuff is more easily remotely verifiable and stuff like that. I get that that's your position, but you still are like, you're not willing to treat them like they ever could be lying. And that's what you would have to do if you were
because if they were lying.
I get it, man, but I'm not making the punchline. I need to make the punchline. Like,
go ahead.
If you want to steel man the flat earth, that's what you should be doing. That's my opinion.
So the problem with what you're saying,
I can only steel man what I'm given.
You're claiming that they could be lying, right? Then that would mean that all the other space programs would be able to call them out also. It's not just NASA. Remember that. We got JAXA, we got SpaceX, we got CSA.
So what?
They would
It's
all
like,
have to
remember
be
the
lying also.
remember the
And
strategy thing I mentioned earlier? Using the strategy to find out whether it's the case or not?
I think I might have joined late after. I've only been here about 30 minutes. But yeah, Doofus.
I directly mentioned it to you about epistemically shooting yourself in the foot, right? You're opening yourself to logical possibilities without actually having any strategy in order to determine fact from fiction. You need to use it.
This part here. Yeah, my strategy for determining fact from fiction is asking people for more, as much as they possibly can give me.
And so, but once you have the data, so let's say NASA has all the data publicly available, right?
No, they don't.
Do you know what to do with
Yes,
it?
they do. You can go to the
They don't have
website
all
and get
the
it. You can go to the website and get it. It's tons of data.
They don't have all the data, though. They have a lot of data.
Do you know what to do with it?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, no.
Right. So you should learn how to do stuff with it.
Okay, awesome. So
Yeah,
anyway,
but that's the thing. That's the thing. I feel like you're running from that's the thing you need. It's the thing you fucking need.
No, I'm running into wanting more. Right. I've always just wanted more cameras in space. I don't have to care whether it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth. I can just point out. I'm gonna still talk. Well,
I want more.
I'm gonna
want more
talk.
cameras
It's my
in
turn,
space.
dude. I'll mute you if you keep talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. My bad. Go ahead.
So anyway, yeah, it's hard to keep focused, man. I'm already dancing 3 points here. I want more. Okay, I want there to be more, and you just rumpus my point. I'm gonna try to focus it again because I'm gonna be honest, I lost it a little bit. But man,
we have funding, man. That's what we have institutions for.
So I want more cameras in space too, man. I agree with you. I want more cameras in space too. I want a camera on the moon. I want a camera looking at the sun. I want a camera looking back at the earth. I want more cameras too, man. So what? There are cameras in space.
There are so many cameras looking at the sun.
I did. Yeah. So the point is this. The point is kind of this. We can agree that there's going to be different reasons that are going to convert people. I hope we should agree the goal is for unified logic and community and all that, and truth and all that. So if different things flip people, and we know that there's a non-zero amount of flat earthers that flip with extra evidence as it comes, that's why I'm just saying more and more and more evidence. Cameras is going to help flip more people. I'm sorry.
Also,
simple, logical, fair opinion. Thank you.
Also, there is a non-zero amount of cameras in space.
But yeah. Again, so
agreeing so much.
If more cameras.
But let's find out how many there are. Let's find out.
Right. The problem is if you say there's not enough cameras, then you have to ignore the ones that are already there.
No,
so
I don't.
Adding more cameras means you have. Yeah, you do. Because we already have cameras that are looking at the Earth as it rotates from the perspective of L1. So that camera's already there watching the Earth spin in space.
You got one, maybe. So
24 cameras.
And then we also have the Himawaris, we have the GOES satellites, we have we have a bunch of cameras in space. If you want to add more cameras in space, the people who already ignore cameras in space are going to ignore those ones too.
I just don't agree. See, that's where you get to be dishonest. There's people that ignored the final experiment that all the videos of the sun before, and yet they converted afterwards. This is why I got to wrestle with you a little bit. Sometimes I think you could be a little more open-minded or something. And the thing is, how many of these cameras are pan tilt and zoom? None of them. Thank you. I'll listen to y'all.
Oh, they don't need that in order to record.
There's another goalpost.
Right. If the original claim is we need more cameras, then you can't shift the goalposts to. They need to also be able to. They also need to be able to.
It's not the claim.
You can't shift the claim to. They also. You can't shift the. Don.
No,
doing that shit again. This is the flat earther. This is the flat earther technique. It's just filled with noise.
Well, ifs, ands, and buts were candy and nuts. So if the original claim was that, but it's not.
Why would you fill the VC with noise instead of letting me actually finish what I'm saying, though, Don? Why wouldn't you just let me finish it?
Out of love.
Why wouldn't you? Why isn't it possible for you to actually let me finish what I'm saying?
Put your foot in your
Why is
mouth.
that possible?
Go ahead, sir.
No, it's not going to be, I just shut up because you asked me to. I'm going to finish what I was fucking saying, right?
Shut up because you're asking me. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hey, if the original claim is we need more cameras in space, shifting that over to they also need to be able to pan, tilt, and zoom is shifting the goalposts. It's not the same claim anymore.
Right. Well, that's why you don't get to start in the middle of my argument and pretend that when I say I want a million things and here's one of them, that you pretend the one of them is the original claim.
So the ISS has 7 cameras.
That was the original claim. You said I need more cameras.
Artemis 1 had 24 cameras.
Right, and the several satellites that I already mentioned, recording the Earth 24/7, all of the time. We have all of those cameras. Your objection to those was they cannot pan, tilt, and zoom.
You got Go, you got Himawari 8, Himawari 9. Yeah, go ahead.
Like, you're ignoring like what we need to do after, which is the strategy, which you're ignoring.
How many more cameras?
Adding more cameras to the cameras we already have doesn't fix the people who already ignore the cameras.
Right, exactly. Good point.
Oh, and one more thing, Don, I did mention already why people flipped because of TFE. It doesn't have to do with the fact that it's the first 24-hour sun footage they ever saw, because it's not. The flat earthers in this conversation have all seen 24-hour sun footage before. The reason why it's different this time is because Jaron physically went, and then he turned into, then he left flat Earth. That's why it's a difference.
And the entire reason why most flat earthers reject TFE is because it showed that they were wrong. But if it had been the other way around, he left. Well, my point was, had it been the other way around, they'd be using this evidence everywhere and shoving it in our face, and TFE wouldn't have been fake.
Yeah, like the celestial theodolite. Jesus.
Cameras on 37 interplanetary spacecraft. We got Cassini. We got DART. We got.
Oh, yeah, that's interplanetary. What about the ones that are actually around the Earth?
Yeah, I had to re-look that up.
I bet there's one on every single SpaceX satellite.
That'd be a weird bet.
Yeah, I don't know. That'd be cool though, if you could somehow access all of them.
So in other news, just a few days ago, Deftones released another fucking album. That's crazy.
The Deftones.
Yeah, Deftones.
They have them for internal maintenance, not for like observation.
Oh, you talking about the ones on the SpaceX satellite?
Yeah, that's what the Stack Exchange post tells me. So don't take too much stock in it.
Yep, just need that one extra camera. That'll do it. The one that we can pan and tilt and look around.
Yeah, that's funny. Actually, Zoom is already handled by Goes and Himawari because they have quadrants that or not quadrants, but they have sections of the Earth that they can see from their perspective that there's another camera with more zoom on it. Or I should say more appropriately, a narrower field of view.
Yeah, there's been some guy over in Earth Awakenings using hold on, let me see something real quick. Using Chat GPT to somehow prove that Himawari um is not a real camera. Or it's not, it's showing a projecting a flat earth onto a globe.
Yeah, what if you ask that same AI what shape the Earth is?
That's exactly what we've been doing. That's literally what we've
so
been
yeah,
doing.
yeah. So there you go. There's some Deftones for you. Fresh,
Right.
brand new. That's crazy to me.
So the guy, yeah, it's been a long time. So the guy posted this long, drawn out conversation he had with ChatGPT about Himawari, and he shared it in the chat. And I downloaded his same conversation and uploaded it into my ChatGPT, and I asked it. At the end, I said, "But Himawari is in orbit around Earth, correct?" Its response: "Yes, Himawari 8 and 9 are both real satellites in geostationary orbit around Earth."
So ChatGPT. I bet you this guy that you're having this conversation with, his name is I Win You Lose.
Exactly, that's him.
Yeah. Same thing with there's another guy called High Up Level. Everything that they say comes from an LLM. So at some point, you just have to say, well, you know, try having this argument yourself, maybe, but they can't. They know they can't.
Did you guys see that study which was done? How biased the LLM is?
A what?
Which study?
Yeah,
Because it's been more than one.
yeah, I know. I just posted one the other day. I read through it, and they are just as biased as we are.
I mean, it's the goal is to mimic natural expression, and something natural to compare it with would be humans. Hopefully, they come close to humans, and so we'll probably see the same behavior.
Yeah, very likely. But you got, there was someone in there talking about putting new cameras up into space. What's the use? Even if you put like 1,000 cameras up there, there will be none died. Oh, it's just CGI or something like that. Anyway.
It's Don. Don is like, he goes back and forth. You know.
Oh, all right, it was Don. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting how they're talking about being open-minded, where they're like allergic to like actually learning how this works.
I think the biggest problem is they think they have the truth already. The Earth is flat, and they deny that there's absolutely no chance they're going to change their position. That's why they argue the way they do. They're not truth seekers at all because they think they already have the truth.
And one more point I want to add real quick is most people that ever live on the surface of the Earth, the very vast majority of the human population will never pin down how it is they know things are true, even during their entire lifetime, from when they're born to when they die. It's just not something humans typically do.
Yeah, I think what we mostly do is like we think we have justified beliefs or truths. That's about it.
Right. You could never prove that. Well, without DNA, you could never prove that your parents are really your parents.
That is true.
DNA can be faked.
Well, yeah, there you go.
Can.
You're just looking at words on a paper.
And fake can be DNA.
Oh, that's deep.
That's the thing we were talking about the distance to the moon yesterday in Earth Awakenings. Taylor was in there and she wanted to know if there's water in between us and the moon, or if the moon is plasma. How do you know it's not plasma? How do you know there's not water in space?
Why would you ask such questions? How do we know the moon's not
Well,
water?
she tried that shit with me. Yeah, she doesn't want to ask that shit over here because she knows I might appear.
But it's all in service of avoiding the question.
How do we know
Ooh,
there's
I
not
know.
water in between here and the moon?
Yeah, because
I
I do know
mean,
that
I guess.
space isn't
Can you
water.
see it?
I mean, I guess her argument would possibly be, well, there is water in the atmosphere, which of course is true. How much? Probably not
No,
much.
the idea is, she wants that transmission to be slowed dramatically. Water ain't gonna be it, but she wants that transmission to be slowed so dramatically that the 240,000 mile range that it does report back as is actually in reality something way smaller, like 3,000.
Yeah, but you saw even the problem when I brought up parallax measurements of the distance of the moon. Then she started demanding, she wanted all the data and how the process was done and blah, blah, blah. She pissed me off a bit. And I tried to ask if she at least knew the basics of it.
She wants raw data, Stefan. Not just data, raw data.
Yeah, well,
and you must provide it right now.
Yeah, the image that was taken of the moon. Who is that again?
Got it right here.
Eclipse.
Seafoam. Yeah. Oh, actually, you did.
There you go. It's in the slide.
Was it you in Seafoam?
No, it was Jesse, Path of Light, and someone else that did the picture. I think it was Shubil that posted it.
Are these two moons from two locations?
It's the moon from two locations.
It's the same. Obviously, it's the same moon. Yeah, but yeah, two different places.
Yeah.
It's the same moon, but the stars are aligned.
Yeah,
so it's the same moon, two different locations.
That's cool.
It's not Tatooine.
What we should have was, which was mentioned, was the one where the moons were at the exact same place, so we could see how the stars differed.
Let me see if I can find it. I have something like that.
Yeah, that's what he was suggesting. We do another composite picture of the two photographs and actually put the moon together, and then the stars would be misaligned, if you will.
Here we go, right here.
And that's an interesting suggestion, but one tells you what happens in the other. Yeah, if you have the one, then you already know what the other one already looks like based on the one.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks or a fortnight.
Someone took this years ago, and these are all from different locations.
Oh, look, the orientation is the same. What do you know?
Oh, here's a better one. This one has like the actual.
Well, you have to. Yeah, if you wanna make the stars line up, you have to correct for field rotation.
Yeah, that's true. We do.
The stars are even numbered.
That's brilliant. Oh, so
would it be nice
in Georgia?
Yeah.
Who took the one in Georgia?
Would it be nice to do one of these images from way north of the equator and then way south, and then compare them?
Yeah, Czech Republic, or it's now named Czechia. To be more precise.
Oh, Austria. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Let's not. Love that.
Yeah, I've done this years ago.
That's a lovely accent you have, New Jersey.
So, speaking of, I know we shouldn't be talking about people who aren't here, but yeah, Taylor did that same thing to me about LIGO, warning the data from LIGO. She wanted the as-built documents from LIGO, which were provided. Gave her the as-built data, but I was like, I'm going to give these to you, but you're probably not going to be able to understand them. So here's two videos that kind of explain them to you, right? She didn't want the video. She wanted me to show her in the as-built documents where it showed the Earth curvature.
So you showed her the elevation changes along the arms?
Yeah, but I mean, that was provided in the two videos that I gave her. Like one was from I think FE Dogma did one of them, and then Blue Marble Science did the other. Pretty thorough. So all she had to do was just watch the video. It would have all spelled it out for her, but she refused to look at the video.
The other thing we got yesterday was the moon is not tangible. For something that isn't tangible, it's remarkably tangible.
Right.
Right.
Oh,
and
you can't bounce
remarkably
lasers off the moon.
Signal.
It's moving too fast, so you can't bounce lasers off the moon. And I said, "Can you see it?" And it looks like it's still. So how fast it's moving if you can't tell that it's moving?
Right, that is. They always have to ignore the fact that if you get a signal return from the moon, that it had to come back from somewhere. There's like, I don't care that it came back. Well, you should. If the signal came back, it must have bounced off of something.
There's a good one.
Yeah, and then they go, "Oh, are you sure?" They try to point away from the moon to see if they get a reflection or not. Yeah, it has been done. Well, show us. Well, to find a proper experiment videoed or something like that, it's a bit difficult. But yes, it has been done.
I would say anybody who's trying to do EME and has missed on their first shot and then made an adjustment probably knows that they missed the moon.
Absolutely. And it would surprise me a hell of a lot if they didn't try to point it in a different direction to be sure that they actually got the bounce back from the moon.
Here's the other one. I'm going to throw a bit of a grenade in the chat, but here's another one that tickles me. How bad does your belief system or ideology have to be for you to unite hardcore young Earth creationists and hardcore atheists against you? How am I on the same side as Aaron Ra in this conversation? How bad does it have to be for that to be the case? Oh. Good grief, man.
Wait, Aaron Ra doesn't believe the Earth is round?
No. He doesn't believe in God.
Right, but we're on the same side when it comes to the shape of the Earth because it's round. So,
but I think what he does say is that the truth is what the facts are. That's true.
Aaron Ra debated Nathan Thompson at one time.
Oh, he couldn't. He didn't. Yeah, he didn't do well. He did. The best one I saw was Aaron Ra debating Jaren on the Non-Sec show. They don't call it that. That was a masterclass in dissecting a belief system. I wouldn't debate him because he'd do the same to mine. He'd try to anyway, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun to let him try. But in any case, he was drinking throughout the conversation, and the longer the conversation went on, the more belligerent and drunk he got. It was actually quite something to
he hasn't got the biggest eyes in the world, unless you said during that. Because they were just getting smaller and smaller.
He had this bottle of whiskey or something, or rum, I can't remember what it was. That was good. But besides the way that Aaron deals with people, which I don't often agree with, I felt it remarkable how quickly he picked up on the flaws in the argument that Jane was offering. He did that quite rapidly, and I thought that was quite impressive. Although ideologically we're going to differ on a lot of things, he is quite intelligent man, which I respect.
By the way, the Earth is not an object.
Gosh.
Yeah, it doesn't have a geometric shape either.
Where was this debate again with this Aaron Ra thing?
You can see the second one. It says you can't see Earth and touch it. So, I mean, it's not an object because objects you can see and touch, and the Earth you can't see and touch it.
So the channel was Non Sequitur Show. I don't know if it's still up. I think it is. I don't know where it is though, but it's if you type in Aaron Rav versus Jaren non sequitur, you may be able to find it. It's definitely worth the watch, even though it's an old debate.
And who is it? Is that the word salad guy who claims that the stars are reflections? Like
No,
he did the
Jaren
other day. He claimed if you just reflect Cassiopeia, it looks like the Southern Cross kind of constellation. And I asked him, well, what about all the minor stars and the nebula and so are those reflected? Of course, he couldn't answer.
What did we get last night? It was the moon is 4,000 miles because you can triangulate it or something.
Yeah, he said it was 4,000 miles, and we asked him for the data, and he just left, didn't we?
He left. Well, he said he was going to leave, and then he stayed, but didn't provide any data, and then he left.
Of course not. He doesn't have it.
I was trying to get in, so he said, just give me this one more thing, and then he stayed for another 20 minutes. I was like, hold on, you said you were going to... No, I couldn't do that.
They are a bit short-sighted. I mean, when you start like with Cassiopeia, well, what if you did a really deep, long exposure image of the Cassiopeia and compared it to and did the same with the celestial pole? You would get much more stars and galaxies and so on, and then see if it matches. It wouldn't, would it? Not at all.
You don't even have to go that deep with it because Cassiopeia doesn't look like Crux when mirrored anyway. So it's already a fucking dumb argument.
There
it is,
go.
Thank you. And I usually have Cassiopeia almost straight above my head in the wintertime.
There's the modern day debate.
That's not the non-sec.
No, it's not the
and it's a it's a fascinating constellation.
That's not the
Jaren. All the stars, all the stars, which is in that area. It's unbelievable.
You know, I met Nathan Thompson, the Flat Earth guy.
Oh God!
When he was wearing that globe hat. I think I've got a picture of him with that globe hat on. There you go. There it is.
No, thanks.
Do you guys feel that the most of the flat earthers are quite short-sighted? I mean, they come up with an idea, a claim of some sort, but they completely forget all the consequences and the other details around that subject.
Right. You don't have to say short-sighted. You could say incompetent. Incompetent is fine.
Essentially,
nice.
I think.
I think the word has a bad connotation, but it shouldn't. I think it's just ignorance.
Professor Dave, the quote I can give from Professor Dave is that they are essentially incompetent. They have high confidence, but it's Dunning-Kruger gone mad.
It seems like
right, because if you're going to be in here to say, right, because if you're going to come in here to say, well, Crux is just a mirror of Cassiopeia, you would think somebody at least tried. They just before saying it out loud.
I think there was a guy who did some sort of took an image and turned it around so that it sort of looked like it, but of course only the main stars, not the old small ones or the less bright ones.
Well, so kind of looks like is, I know that in various stellar almanacs, the measurements 2 stars are down to a few arc seconds in precision. So if they can't provide the same level of precision as what we already have, then it's useless.
I think I'm not quite sure if they do that by stars. I mean, like the VLBI, but I think that accuracy now is down into milli-arc seconds.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about optically.
Helio, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got both the debates now. We got the non-sec one and the Thompson one. Actually, you know what? If you're just hanging out, Nathan Thompson's perfectly reasonable guy. If you're just hanging out, he really is. A lot of them are. They're quite, they're normal human beings in a lot of respects.
Well, you can even have a chat with Damok, as long as it's not regarding the shape of the Earth.
Hmm.
You got your globe cough.
Yeah.
We covered a lot last night. I was up until the wee hours. It was.
Can you see the bottom of your coffee cup on a globe?
I don't know why I do this to myself.
Yeah, you were staying over quite a bit this morning.
Oh, it was terrible.
And now you're back already. You slept
What's
at all?
wrong with me? Help me, someone. I need counseling.
That's okay for me. It's local time is 7 o'clock in the evening.
Time is relative.
Yes, I suppose so. I just saw one of Sean Carroll's videos about time, and I think I sort of lost it halfway through.
No, I love guys like that. Just first 2 minutes and you just lost. Who's the guy with the glasses? Hi there. It's something here. And then he starts going on and he loses you in about 35 seconds. The mirror, he does the mirror ones. You know, your mirror image stays the same size about how close or far away you are from it. Who was that guy? He did a tour with Adam Savage. What's his name? Come on, chaps. What's his name?
Guy with glasses.
Yes, bald guy with glasses. Michael here. That's his name.
Yeah, Michael from Vsauce.
Vsauce, that's the one. That's the chap.
Well, the channel is Vsauce. He is Michael.
Right. He just pops up from below the camera. And then the second thing he says is, "Are you sure that's air you're breathing?" And he just casts out in everything. You just go, "Wait a minute. Is it? Am I breathing air?" Or you know what I mean? You just out there. You go. He just. He's great. But he did it. He did a tour with Adam Savage. It was good. Apparently, yeah. I never
did get to see that.
No, he came by Atlanta. I didn't get to see it though.
Does any of you watch some of Anton Petrov's videos?
I feel like I want to, but then I never really do. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it's a little too dry for me.
Yeah, it can be, but that's quite a lot of interesting things. And he always links the papers that he's referring to, which is good. So when you have time, you can actually sit down and read them yourself.
Or is it?
That's the one. That's the line.
Your submarine is very safe. Or is it?
Or is it?
That's my favorite meme. And it shows the Ocean Gate thing after. Like the animation of it imploding.
There you go.
Yeah, I've seen it. Some of his videos. You were mentioning like atheism, RRRs. Have you seen the one with William Lane Craig and Sean Carroll?
Hmm. I saw that. I didn't watch it. I watched a little bit of it. That was a while ago, right?
Yeah, it's some time ago. But I mean, the way that Sean really debunks Craig's arguments regarding the what they call it? Do they call it tag arguments?
Well, he undoubtedly feels that he did, but that's the reason why I think that some people don't debate. I think Tyson says he doesn't debate because both sides are going to huddle back in their corners and say that they won and shake each other's hand and congratulate each other and how badly they destroyed the opposition.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about more like when he was Craig was using the Guth-Lincoln theorem, completely wrong.
Now, there's a discussion we could get into. I wasn't so hungover from last night.
Well, how many hours did you sleep today? Hardly any?
2.
Yeah, no wonder you're feeling like you have a hangover.
It feels a bit like it.
Yeah, I arrived home yesterday, and I was doing the last week I did day shifts, but for my colleague to change over to day shift, I got to work 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and then back at work 1 o'clock just after midnight, and then until 9 o'clock, and then I spent more or less the rest of the day traveling home. I had 1 beer at the couch yesterday, and that was it. I was in a coma.
I've concluded there's something wrong with this.
There must be. Yeah. Just imagine being in there in Discord. There's something wrong with us.
We project it all onto flat earthers and say, "Oh, you flat earthers, there's something wrong with you," But we're the ones talking. So who are we to say that?
Yeah, but at least we are aware of it. And we admit so. we do admit we're a bit crazy.
But Stefan, do you ever get this thing where you admit to people that you talk to flat earthers, and they look at you like you've got 3 heads, and you just say, "Why? Why?"
Yeah,
you talk to those people.
The only ones I've told was my children. I mean, the youngest is now 27, the oldest is 31, and yes, they looked at me. What the hell are you doing?
What does that say when you won't admit that to people? That's what I mean.
Yeah. So after that, no, I'm not going to tell anyone.
My secret double life, talking to flat earthers.
Yeah. Well, I got plenty of time when I'm home, and it's entertaining and a bit challenging at times. Sometimes I need to sit down and read up on science and stuff. So yeah.
I think what happened last night is I think you'd gone at that point, but I spurged out big time, and then I got a couple hours sleep, and I just figuratively kicked myself in the head. There's just something, I don't know. There's something about sometimes when they get onto the religious side of it, there's something clicks in my head, and I can't handle it. And all of my control goes away. Doofus has that thing too. He's more control than I, but Doofus sometimes has that.
Yeah. I was listening for a while, and then that guy is it Torah or something like that?
Oh yeah, it was Lion.
Yeah, Lion. Yeah.
And there was the other guy, Matthew something, and I said to him, when I encounter such people that have this Torah idea that you follow the law and all the rest of all that sort of stuff, which is not true because you don't. But when I talk to such people, they lack the one thing that the Torah is summed up in which is you're meant to be you're supposed to be kind to people and, attract people with honey rather than trying to attract them with vinegar.
Define
And
kind.
That's what I told him. That's what I told him. I mean, he puts himself on a pedestal and think he's so fucking perfect. No humility at all.
Who comes in?
And he's got it all figured out, and he's absolutely correct, and everyone else is wrong.
Yeah. So I'm talking to this guy, and I'm saying, I just noticed that in every conversation I have with such people, they're the worst. And then who comes in? Lion. And Lion does precisely the very thing I said that I had observed in every interaction.
Exactly, it was the perfect evidence for what you were saying.
Now, for me, I come away from an interaction like that just kicking myself because I lost my cool. But for Lion, that's his way. That's what he does. It's as if when you're driving, and you may encounter someone who's tailgates you or does something, and perhaps you get angry. What are you doing that? But the other guy in the other car is just his normal way of doing things. You get frustrated. Why is he cutting people off? Look at him. Where's the cops when you need them? Right? But for him, he's just this is my thing. It's what I do.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and that's how it feels. Because it's like he's got the truth. I mean, the absolute truth. Everything he says is correct. And if you ask him, and as I did, if he felt that he has the totally correct interpretation of the Bible, and he said yes. How the hell is that possible?
I mean, I would never go to a Catholic to his face. I analyze some of the Catholic things. I don't agree with praying to Mary and all the rest of this stuff. I don't agree with any of that, but I would never go to a Catholic and just say, "Well, I think because they have their faith, it's the same thing as, I don't think I would go to an atheist and say, "Oh, you filthy sinner, you heathen, blah, 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 blah." I can imagine doing that.
I mean, I give you one example. If you look at Scandinavia, which is a rather peaceful part of the world, we probably have the best living standards when it comes to happiness and
Yeah.
Yeah, the majority of people are non-believers. So how the hell can they still go on and say, well, if you're an atheist, doing this and that? No, in fact, we don't.
There is a bit of a it doesn't match up, does it? There's a lot of things where it doesn't match up. I mentioned Terry in the chat last night. I said, Terry, he says, I'm an atheist, but he's amenable and he doesn't get upset and everything. He's a perfectly nice chap. We talk about his Holden Commodore and his this sort of thing.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
How is that possible? And then I get talking to someone who's a Torah follower who's just.
Well, I call myself like somewhere between agnostic and atheist, not a hard atheist. I mean, yeah, of course, there's a possibility there could be a deity of some sort. Not denying that.
Yeah,
but so far, so far the arguments and the so-called evidence they put forward is not compelling for me, not at all.
Right. Yep, and that's a perfectly reasonable position to take. It's not I can't go,
Convert him.
Yeah. I'm not going to go, well, filthy, rotten sinner, you da-da-da. Because the reason that you shouldn't do that is because everyone's a filthy, rotten sinner. I am a filthy, rotten sinner. I'm a filthy, horrible, nasty man. And given half the chance, I would, be horrible and to everybody around me if they were left to my own devices. And that's sort of
like
the point.
Some of them are saying, well, if it wasn't for the Bible and Christianity we would just plunder and kill and so on and so forth. And, well, if you as a human being need a religion to be a nice person, there's something wrong with you. There's something completely wrong with your mindset.
Well, do you think? Well, how would you? Let's say you're an alcoholic. Are you an alcoholic for a couple of weeks and then you get over it, or are you an alcoholic for life?
You're an alcoholic for life. You just stop drinking.
Yeah, you're never not an alcoholic. But what if you are deep down a really awful person? Do you ever stop being a really awful person, or do you just suppress it constantly? Because if you have to Star Trek lore, the Vulcans, they've got all that is still inside them, but they use logic to suppress it all. And in the story, in the Star Trek lore, that's what saved their planet, was logic. So it doesn't go away. All their hate and all of their irrationalities doesn't go away. They just suppress it. And they have a way of suppressing it.
Yeah, well, it's like two parts there. Yes, I don't think you completely stop being a bad person. But as you grow and you get more wisdom and you rationalize a bit, you might figure out that, hang on a minute, this is wrong, what I'm doing. But
or you get more cynical. You get more cynical. You don't care anymore. It's. I understand what you're saying, Stefan. I think I've experienced for myself just being an all-around horrible person. When you are absolutely correct. There must be something wrong with me. There is.
Well,
yes, you're correct.
all of us have some bad kind of things in us. But do you act on them? And why don't you act on them? That's the question. Because if you don't act on them, then you sort of clinch yourself and realize that, hang on a minute, I can't do this because it's a bad thing to do.
Yeah, I think it's probably because some people, like, I'll give you a good example. I'm not an alcoholic. I would never be an alcoholic. I don't think that would ever happen. Right? Or drug addict. I don't think it'd be drug
me
addict.
neither.
Yeah.
I could probably drink 2 days in a row, but that's it.
But you wouldn't do that and then just be an alcoholic the rest of your life. You could drink and then you leave alone. It's not a problem. But some people, it's a huge problem in their life, and it wrecks their life and in all ways just is detrimental to them. So, yeah, there are people who are like that, who have
then you have the guys and females who are alcoholics, but you hardly ever notice. They still manage to have sort of a normal life.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a good conversation, though, Stefan.
Yeah, I think
we're in
life's a bitch. So what do you do?
And then you die.
Yeah, well, I married the one before I died. So.
My name's Tim, and I'm an alcoholic.
What do you prefer to drink?
Well, let's talk about alcohol with the alcoholic.
Yeah,
good move, Stefan. Good move.
It's a bit of a. I'm losing signal. Sorry.
I'm a beer lover myself, and I do brew a bit. Well, I've had a break now for about 1.5 years. I was drinking a bit too much, and I put on too much weight from whatever I brewed.
The beer.
You know what they say, like low-fat milk. Standard lager has fewer calories than low-fat milk, but you don't drink 3 liters of low-fat milk on a Friday evening, do you? But you can easily but you can easily do that when it comes to beer.
I got a pint mug. I'll fill it with milk and drink it.
You do? I don't drink milk.
Yeah.
I have a wee drop in my coffee. That's it. But we got this sort of fermented, skimmed milk.
Ooh.
It's like almost like a yogurt. I drink that, I mean, especially if my stomach is a bit not
wonky,
completely in shape, that one helps a hell of a lot.
I hope everyone's enjoying this thoroughly riveting conversation.
We jump from religion to milk, huh?
To curdled milk.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we tend to use, we have this special meal. It's basically potato dumplings, and you have like salted lamb, some special sausages, and things like that in one big pot. And for that meal, it's tradition to have this type of milk.
Oh, there you go.
It's a heavy meal.
That's
if
someone
you want to go.
miss.
Yeah.
Sorry,
if you want to go,
chat, that's Jose. JG. Sorry, go ahead. It's Stefan. I'm sorry.
No, that's no problem. When you have that meal with those potato dumplings, it's your stomach's like a gyro. You move, your stomach doesn't.
Oh. It's Stefan. We are boring the chat so much they're calling for Denmark to be released.
Oh God! Wow.
Pick it up, man. Let's talk about something.
Yeah. As we both said, there's something wrong with us. We know that.
That's the first step towards.
You're just getting old.
Shut up.
Yes, the first step too is fixing the problem. I think it's a bit too late for me, being 62 years old.
I advise people not to get old. That's my advice. Just don't do it.
62. That is ancient.
I think it's my body that's old, not my head, not my mind.
You'll be there.
I still feel like I'm 25.
Yeah, my maturity. That's why I like Jeremy Clarkson, because he admits that he's basically a 12-year-old boy in a man's body, and I feel the same way. I don't think I've matured much at all.
But I think that's the way one should live one's life. Be a bit childish.
Yeah, aging is overrated, I think. I feel it's something I'm avoiding.
My biggest concern now is, when do I retire? I don't know. I can retire tomorrow if I want to, but I don't see
What's
much.
the retirement age there? Is it that young? Or
it's not normally 67.
All right. But you're in a good position. You can retire. That's great.
You can retire at 62, but of course then your pension will be a bit lower. But
so you're born in 62.
3.
You're born in 63. So early 3. All right.
Yeah.
So January, February, March type of time.
January.
Okay. January. There you are. Not too far behind you, man. Not too far. When you make references, sometimes Terry gets them. Maybe you don't, because you're not quite in the same, space geographically. But Terry will make references, or I'll make a reference, and I'll hit Terry when the whole other conversation's going on. In the background, I'll hit Terry. He'll go, "Oh, got that." I'll make this reference. Terry will be the only one who gets it because he's similar age to us. No one else again.
Yeah. That's true.
That's good. It'd be a Beatles lyric or something. I'll just slip it in, and I'll hit Terry. Ooh, I heard that.
But I find it kind of nice, though, that you have these differences in ages.
Oh, I agree. I like. I listen to really old people who've got a lot of experience, and then I like the younger perspective, obviously, with kids and stuff, and they look at things just sometimes, and I just marvel at how they view the world. It's a lot of it's so magical when you're younger, and you lose that when you age. You lose that marvel of stuff.
The magic. Yeah. Yeah, and I know what you mean, because I mean, you've been there, done that, seen that, experienced it, learned about it. That's why to try to seek new venues to move down. You know, I was trying to study a bit of philosophy a couple of years back, physics. I do a bit of physics in my work, but more advanced physics to try to understand it better. I mean, I think exercising your brain is just as important as your body.
Well, a few months ago, I was in the car. I had a family member in the car, and I decided I was going to wind the window up and down again. And I did that about 7 or 8 or 9 times until I got a reaction. I did it until I got a reaction.
Just for the hell of it? Yeah, you did it just for a reaction. I love it.
Just to see how long it would take to get a reaction. It took a minute.
Oh, God, that reminds me of a dirty story. When I was at school, one of my friends, he in the weekends, he drove a taxi.
Oh, yeah.
And it was close to Christmas, and there was this couple in their 50s, really drunk. And the wife was sitting in the front seat and a guy in the back seat. And this lady was asking if she could have a cigarette. And he said no. And she just kept on. And then she said, okay, fine. He said, but open your window. No, sorry. She was sitting in the front. So, but right. Then what they ended up doing was she winded up her window and her husband in the back seat got his window down. And then this lady became sick. Got the window down and puked out the window. And everything came in the back window into the guy's face. Jesus. So if you have drunk passengers, don't open the windows.
Don't open the windows.
It's just
What's
such
the other
a
one
beautiful...
the other week? The other one I did was what my kids used to do was if they were tapping, they were doing something like tapping. You know, the tap.
Yeah.
And then you say, stop tapping. And they do it one more time. They do it one more tap. So I get them back now, and that's what I do. Because I'm a bit hyperactive, so I'll be doing something and it annoys them. Dad! Dad, stop.
Oh, just one more time, just
to wind them up.
It's just like my kids are grown now, but they still reminds me now and again. Remember, Dad, when we were kids and we were bored, you always said, give it 5 minutes and you're not bored any longer. And we said, nah. But in fact, it was the truth. 5-10 minutes afterwards, they started doing something and they weren't bored anymore. But of course, at that young age, that was me sort of bullying them.
I like being younger, though. I really did. I like being younger because I didn't know anything. And it was better that way in a lot of respects.
It was, a lot of things were easier, yes. Tax reforms, interest rates, debts.
Just easier on the mind. Just, I don't know anything. And you can just say, I'm a child. You know, you don't think in those terms, obviously, but you just don't know anything, and you're just oblivious to everything that's going on, generally speaking.
Yeah, and you thought you were going to live forever. Remember how long the summer holidays were when you were at school, primary school? Took fucking ages.
Lasted 100 years. You can put your face in some custard and nobody cares.
Exactly. And now, for people having like 3 weeks summer holiday, it's over in the blink of an eye.
Is it 3 weeks? It can't be.
In Norway, people have 5 weeks normally. So you have usually three weeks in the summer, and then you have 2 weeks that you can use a lot of times, let's say for Christmas or Easter or something like that. When you pass 60, you get an extra week. And then your holiday allowance increases by 1.5% as well. So my biggest payout in the year is, in fact, in May when I get my holiday allowances.
Oh. Yeah, here in America, you don't get jack.
Well, after I turn 60, I get 14.5% of my total wages the previous year.
Right. Yeah, America's great. Just don't get sick. It's great. It's great here. No complaints. Just don't get sick.
I hate it.
That's no problem here. I mean, you get sick leave, free healthcare, restitution.
You know, it's not free.
Yeah, it's not 100%, but we pay a bit of taxes, yes. But this is paid over the taxes, so everyone chips in. So it becomes much cheaper for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I think it is social democracy. But I think it has something to do with, as you said, culture. That we are getting so used to this, and that everyone chips in instead of everyone funding for themselves. And we see how that turns out. And it turns out quite good.
It is the case, though, isn't it? So you could have a culture that isn't so bent on its own demise as America seems to be, and a lot of other Western nations seems to be. They seem hell bent on rushing towards a cliff. It's just the strangest thing to watch. But, oh well.
But we sort of see a slight difference in really good economic times like we had now for the last 20 years or so before the crack came along. People had more and more money. People tend to get more and more selfish. But now, when the interest rate is up, inflation and so on, people are going more or less back to where we were before. And I remember, especially when we had the Solidarność in Poland and so on, how the communities joined in. I mean, let's say someone's house burned down and they forgot to pay the insurance. The local community would chip in, rebuild a house for free. That's how it was.
In America, that would never happen.
Oh, it depends on the community. It does in some communities.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it does in some communities in America. America's not all bad. It's just that, generally speaking, it seems that they've. I don't know. I
mean, I've been to the US a few times, and it's a really fascinating, fantastic country in many ways. Absolutely.
I was out somewhere with my brother-in-law, and there was an old Cadillac in the street, and it had a sale sign on it. And we just stopped, walked up to the house, and the old guy was in the garage. We talked about the car and everything. We could have murdered him, you know what I mean? Stuffed him in the trunk and took him to some forest or something and taken his car. He was quite happy to chat and everything, and he wasn't afraid at all. This is a nation of guns, everything, and random murders, senseless murders for no reason. And he was quite happy, quite at ease with these two total strangers.
We don't have that fear over here at all. I mean, yes, you have some unprovoked violence and stuff like that in the bigger cities, but I mean, like when I grew up, we never locked our doors in our house because there was absolutely no one would go in and steal anything.
Huh. Well.
But I mean, that's the way it is over here. I mean, just imagine a simple thing as having crab pots in the sea. You never, ever touches someone else's crab pots. Not at all. That's the way it is.
We have a good place. We have a good place here. You be the best neighbor you can be. You do, you're not horrible to people, and that's the way you do it. And if you try and do that, I do that generally now. I try to be overtly nice because some people have had problems, especially if someone doesn't look like me. being a white male, a lot of the culture now is very, the black culture now is going quite racist. So I make sure that if I'm ever in a position to, to be kind to someone in that way, that I make sure I do that, because that's been shown to me. So that's, I've done that, quite a lot, and it's always been met with good. People have always been grateful.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Just do that. Just do that. Why? What's so hard about
that? Some people need to act tough, I'm a real man, blah blah blah. Well, a real man is not afraid of saying, "Hey, you're a nice guy. Let's have a good time." I'm not trying to be the biggest, strongest kind of guy.
Yeah.
But as you said, like walking up to a house where we live, no problem. I don't think anyone has ever been shot just for banging on someone's door or whatever. But then again, of course, people normally don't steal. Of course, we have the drug addicts and things like that. Yes, it happens. And we got these organized guys who steals like outdoors engines and all that kind of ski-doos and stuff. Yes, but on the average, hardly anything. Hardly anything being stolen.
Yeah, if you go to the North Georgia mountains, you'll find people's. You could just walk up to a random house and just walk in. The door's not locked, but you have to be up in the mountains somewhere, and you'll find there's tricycles in the yard, and like you said, there's an old moped, and a dinghy, and a broken down tractor and other things just sitting there in the yard. Everything's open. There's an
It's the same. Well, of course, you have occasions where people steal. I mean, as you said, it could be a dinghy or a moped or a bicycle, but not very often.
Yeah.
That is why I like living here. I mean, okay, got plenty of rules and regulation, high taxes and so on, but the benefits in total, peaceful, free schooling, sort of free healthcare, unemployment, wages. Yeah, they can even give you financial support to go back to study for a couple, 2-3 years to change your profession.
You've lived in a Scandinavian country too long when you say free repeatedly like that.
Yeah, but it feels like it. Because you have to.
I'm
yeah.
just.
What we tend to say is that you have to work until towards the end of July before you actually start making your own money, because the rest are some sort of taxes. Yeah. But I mean, if you don't have to pay like $100,000 for a couple 2-3 years at school just for the fee for the school, well, it's sort of worth it, isn't it?
And you have a choice. This is the thing: is you have a choice every 4 or 5 years. You can check that little mark on the little ballot thing, make your choice. If you don't like it, change it.
Yeah, you can. And of course, the government and everyone's saying that they're trying to have the younger people to get a proper education of some sort. I mean, it doesn't matter. You could be a plumber, or you don't have to be a doctor or a scientist in that regard, but at least get an education that will give you a job of some sort.
Contribute in some way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just mentioning a little bit. I just saw the picture again. Earth's Life posted a picture of Jose JG. I miss those chats. He was good. I miss that. Sean G and other people like that was good.
Yeah. What have they gone?
His globe thing he had on his porch. I missed that. That was good.
Yeah,
he just moved on. He just decided, because he was doing live streams every 3 or 4 days. I think he just enough of that. Moved on, did something else. He got out of Flat Earth, if I recall. I think Jose was a Flat Earther. So was Sean G. And they both got out.
Yeah, in the beginning, but I think he changed his mind, from my understanding. Yeah, I used to watch those as well, now and again.
Yeah. That's good times.
It's such a fucking beautiful evening. I'm out walking my dog. I'll take just take a photo and post it if you give me a couple minutes.
Are there any woods nearby?
Yeah, woods as well.
It's a Beatles reference. Someone surely should get that. No takers on that one. Eh? Norwegian wood, no.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I did, but I was taking a photo, so I have to push the button to speak.
So. And again, you got it, Stefan. That's another one. Everyone's just listening.
Yeah.
We could say anything, and they're just going to sit there and listen, aren't they? So let's talk about something wacko.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of playing Farm Sim, listening to y'all talk. So
there you go. Low tide, as you can see.
Yeah,
low tide, as you can see.
Little tide pools there.
Whoa! Those mounds are God
those
damn.
Tide pools? Yes, they are.
I'm a bit spoiled.
Yes, you are. But what is it though? It's probably 10. 11. I'm trying to convert in my head. What's that in Fahrenheit? That would be about 40.
Now it's about now it's about 18 centigrades.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's what 32.
See, it's just our conversation last night. I was able to convert in my head a little bit.
Wait, what is it? Because I use Fahrenheit for temperature.
Fahrenheit. I was trying to think of what cold is in centigrade rather than Fahrenheit. Cold in Fahrenheit is 40. That's chilly. You need a jacket. 30. That's.
Oh, I love
it's
like
32 plus.
Like, oh my god, I want it. I live here in California. I hate it. I don't like it here.
Come here, and you see the mountain peaks. I've been to more or less all of the mountain peaks over the years.
Oh, really?
They're about the tallest one is about 1,600 meters above sea level.
It's a painting, isn't it? It's just a painting. It's almost like that mountain on the left isn't really there. It's CGI. Look at it. If you zoom in on it, it looks like it's not really there. Those houses.
Imagine waking up to that view every morning. That would be fucking amazing.
Mm.
And I tell you what's really fascinating is, let's say the sun moves like half an hour, and the shapes of the mountain changes quite a bit. In the side, because you got different shadows and stuff like that. Same with the sea. The surface of the sea changes, so you never get bored. And of course, then you got winter time, and they are snow capped. But the best scenery is in May, where grass, birch, and so on is green, but you still have plenty of snow. Snow at the mountain peaks. Yeah.
But if you look at the foreground, that's one shade of. It's almost like it's not really brown. It's almost very deep brown, gray, and then you've got the next mountain on the right. That's a different shade. That's more bluey, and then on the left, in the distance there, that's another shade as well. Like what's his face painting? What's his name? Oh, goodness me. Bob something. What's that painter's name?
Yeah, we got some Norwegians one, Tiedemann and Gude as well.
All right.
Has this, like when it's sort of not what you call it, really hazy, and the sun is you don't have direct sunlight, and you see these bluish colors getting deeper and deeper the further away the mountains are.
Yeah. That perspective, you know, the depth of the colors in paintings. There was a Kincaid, his name, I can't remember his first name, something Kincaid, and he was able to draw light. He was the painter of light. Absolutely remarkable paintings. The other one I was thinking is Bob Ross. I don't know if you've heard of Bob Ross. In America, he's passed away years ago, but he's still very famous.
No, I don't think I've heard about him.
Yeah, he does a show on one of the public broadcasting stations, and he would very, very low key. He'd just stay with his easel, and he'd get his either
It's
brush.
freaky on.
Yeah,
have you ever been to Paris and Louvre Museum?
No, want to.
Jesus Christ, the paintings.
One anniversary, we got to go.
Yeah, some of those paintings, Jesus Christ, it's just unfucking believable how they managed to do the light and shadows and stuff like that. Okay, Mona Lisa, yeah, you have to see that, but I mean, there's a huge, big, famous Dutch painters.
Renoir?
Oh, yeah. I mean, plenty of them.
Oh, there's plenty. That's right. There are plenty.
So if you go to Paris, you need to spend at least a day at the Louvre Museum.
Right.
Because as you go in, you start with the oldest findings, and then it just builds up.
The Dutch masters. Of course, Rembrandt. Obviously, Van Gogh. I hate the way the Americans say Van Gogh.
Van Gogh.
I know it's not Van Gogh. I try to correct them.
Do the Dutch say Van Gogh or Van Gogh?
Yes, Van Gogh. It's the Van der Valk accent.
Dutch is
I haven't heard most of his names.
Dutch is a fascinating language. It's like a mix of everything. French, English, German.
Yes.
Danish
language.
Yeah.
You hear that a lot. I could probably think about 5 words in Dutch. I don't know much. I just know how it sounds. It's like this. I'm looking at these names. Frans Hals. There you go. Frans Hals did that famous. Was it the one? It's Laughing Cavalier. Is that it? Frans Hals did one. There was one that's called "When Did You Last See Your Father?" If you type those words in, hold on, let me see. When did you last see your father? That is a painting. Painting, because it's a movie as well now, apparently. William Frederick Yeams.
Yeams, yeah.
It's not
rings a bell.
Because we had that painting in the house when I was a kid. The boy in blue standing in front of a big desk, and they're interrogating him. But yeah, Frans Hals, what did he do? That name, I know that name so well. There it is, the Laughing Cavalier. That's it. There you go.
So you remember?
Look at me being right. Look at me being right about something.
Congratulations.
The Laughing Cavalier, but you look at the painting, he's not laughing. Perhaps it's an in-joke. Perhaps I think it's a laugh like
yeah,
these days.
it must be the lack of sleep that made you correct for once, huh?
I'm dizzy with Dutch painter Frans Hals. Yes, that takes me back. That was in our house as well. We had that one. There's several of them. I'm looking at some of the lute player, Gypsy Girl, the Merry Drinker. Lots of lutes and ruffs and things like that. Not so many ruffs, but there's lots of lutes. There's a ruff portrait of Jacob Olicam. This giant ruffy dude's got on.
Right, yeah. In our beginning we had these type of images, reprints and stuff, and we've swapped them out by buying proper art. And I got one painting from a really famous now living Norwegian painter, Odd Nedrum, from my mother when I turned 50.
Mm.
But we don't have that many images or paintings up. I think there's 1, 2, 3 in the whole of the house. That's it. My wife likes to have like this kind of modern style, light colors and hardly any, figures and paintings and stuff like that. So.
Frans Hals, 1582. 1582. Yeah, great. I just, you forget, once you come to America and everything's, 25 years old, and you'll think, oh, that's history. Oh, this house was built in 1895. Wow. Oh, it's historic. It's not historic. It's recent. Try go to Rome and tell them that you have a historic house from 1895. Ooh. But here's the thing: is the Americans do have their fair share, considering the age of the country. The Americans have, I would say, a remarkable level of culture if you consider how young the country is. A credit to them.
They do have a lot of really good artists, though, in the US, I must say.
But they didn't start from scratch, They did have to go out the foundation from other places.
Yeah, they brought it with,
you were going to say
from
that,
Europe. Yeah,
I heard that coming before you said it. They did have a start. It's true. All of the amazing depth of European and other cultures. They didn't just start on their own. You're absolutely correct. But if you consider being far removed from all that in a different land, it could have descended permanently into because there were rebellious people that came over. Don't forget, very rebellious. The types of people that came over were rebellious people, and considering that, they could have remained in that, and it could have wrecked the country really badly, and it managed to survive, even though it got through a civil war, even, and managed to survive all that. So,
yeah, I still find it kind of fun how we fought the Brits, the British, to not have taxes, and then here we are today having fucking massive, fucking all that shit.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, and then getting nothing in return.
You got the two political parties, and they're diametrically opposed in some respects, but in other respects, oh my, are they the same?
Mm-hmm.
some people who are cynical, some of the conspiracists, they will opine about it's two sides of the same coin, and
Yes.
the voting means nothing. And I understand. I understand, because in some respects that's true.
Everything is being decided behind closed doors.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
But they could abolish income tax. They could. I've seen the numbers. They could go with a fair tax, what they called it. Now they're calling it something else, but it was a VAT.
Give the billionaires the fucking income tax. Like, please.
They would. I think I don't know, but I did. When fair tax, if you type in fair tax, I'll type that in now to make sure I'm not just talking out my bum.
FAIR.
Fair tax. There you go. I remember it now because it says Congress. Fair tax is a fixed rate sales tax proposal introduced, Bill HR 25 in the United States. Every year since 2005, they've tried to introduce it. It's never passed. But fair tax essentially is you have a value-added tax, a VAT, on all products and services instead of an income tax. So it's a consumption tax. So everyone then is taxed fairly. If you want to buy a yacht, you're taxed on that yacht. If you don't want to buy a yacht, you don't have to pay taxes on the yacht. But no one pays income tax. I remember when that came out. It was 2005, so it's 20 years ago now, but I remember that was very popular, but it didn't. And it was with Republicans, and they still didn't to pass it. It was very disappointing.
But do you think but would the income for the state be the same, or would it drop, or?
Oh, it would be completely abolished. The entire IRS structure would be eliminated in favor of a much smaller, more streamlined system where you essentially have a VAT.
Yeah, but I think that
needs to be administered, obviously. Yeah. But then you have exemptions. So for the really poor people, you'd have exemptions from VAT and other administrative things. But the structure of the IRS, as it stands, is unwieldy and probably contrary to the, as the other chap said, contrary to the Constitution, because that's what the Americans sought to escape from, wasn't it?
Yeah, I see. Now, I was just wondering if they'd done some sort of calculations, and if the government side will bring in the same amount of tax by doing that compared to income tax, revenue. Because I mean, there's a big deficit in the US. There's no doubt about that. So you're actually spending more money than you actually have. So you have to do something.
It's unsustainable, and it's the American political system is it's a little like flat Earth. You can't look away. it's so bad.
And we have the complete opposite problem. We got too much money. We can't spend it.
Oh, I feel for you, man.
I mean the Norwegian pension fund.
Yes, I know about the Norwegian pension fund. Yeah, it's you've got this little tiny country, and you're so proud of yourselves. But imagine your country was the size of the United States. So it's the thing. When you have a tiny country like that, you can have politicians that are directly connected to the constituents that they serve. But if you have a really large country like this, or China or Russia, that's impossible. It's impossible. The place is too big. You'd have to divide the place up into these little hamlets and have little tiny governments in order for it to be the same. So you have an advantage in that your country is geographically
Yeah, we do in one respect. But what we see now, the problem now is that the politicians to be today are people who got into the different parties' youth kind of group. Most of them, when they grow up, never worked a single day in a normal job. And we just call them political broilers. Like Cost, yeah. So they have detached themselves from the rest of society, which is becoming a bigger and bigger problem.
Yeah, the political class, and they are detached. I think it was the one American politician, and I think it was Hillary Clinton or someone, and they didn't know the price of anything, and hadn't any idea how much a car was cost. Didn't have any idea how much our own clothes cost, or a gallon of milk. Nothing. Just disconnected from the everyday. And that's the thing. Whether you have a large, I don't think your prime minister or your president, I don't think he has a giant airplane, does he?
No.
I think the prime minister was schlepping around in a Jag. I don't think it had
photons around
bulletproof anything. Say again.
I just had to upload another image, seeing the sunset. Well, you don't see the sun though, but I thought it was quite nice sceneries.
There's that boat by the shed there. 2 boats, look at that. And there's a boat on the river, on the ocean, or the sea. The sea, sorry. What sea is that?
It's North Atlantic.
The North Atlantic?
Sea.
Yeah, the North Sea, yeah. Is that is an estuary inlet?
No, it's a fjord.
Oh, it's fjord. That's the same sort of thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, not really.
No.
Yeah. It is sort of the same thing, but it isn't the same thing. The fishing boat right there. I like doing that. Being a photographer, I take a look at every corner of the picture, right down to the last couple of pixels. Scan every part of it.
Is there an issue with the picture, or is it all right?
Say again, over.
Well, I was just saying, is there an issue with this picture? You're scanning it. Oh.
No, it's my habit as a photographer. I do that.
No. He has to double check that it's not CGI.
Yeah, didn't follow the rule of thirds.
There's a lot of CGI out there.
Yeah. It doesn't follow the rule of thirds at all. Well, it's close, but it's not close, but no cigar. But I was just trying to decide whether it was taken with an Android phone or an iPhone. I can't decide. I think it's an Android phone.
Oh, iPhone.
It's an older one, though, isn't it?
No, it's 16.
I'm bad at this, aren't I?
That's the oldest one they got.
I was wrong. I was completely wrong. I've got a iPhone 16. I should know what it looks like. I'm going to blame JPEG compression and the internet. That's my story.
Well, I don't think that like stuff posted on Discord would be a good metric for like what to compare quality or to compare the particulars of one format over another in terms of the phone that has the camera in it. But I do understand from having recently shopped for phones that there's a wide variety of cameras available in a wide, like, not a huge variety really. Like, I was only offered about 4 brands, and there's 4 brands and about 3 or 4 choices that would meet my needs in the whole store. But I think that's a problem of not enough competition in the market, maybe. But the cameras from one to another, that was where the biggest difference was. The other things like the storage and the size of the screen and the resistance to moisture, etc., were all pretty similar. it was the cameras where they were differing the most.
Well, that's true. Some years back, I bought one of these Huawei P20 Pro for the camera, and at that time, that camera was amazing.
Do you see the lone bird in the sky? I wonder what that is.
Most likely a seagull.
Can't zoom in on it too close.
You'd ask for the raw data to be uploaded. Maybe if somebody's actually saved it raw. And then you could
it's not. It doesn't natively shoot raw though. That's the only thing about that.
No, it's a select. You have to select it, I think, right?
You have to choose. It doesn't.
Yeah, and
it
to
doesn't.
actually to not just to save it that way, but also to like bother taking it with that much data available anyway.
Right. Exactly.
Well, if you're a photographer, then like that would probably matter to you a lot more than the average person who's just like, oh look, there's a tree, or whatever it is people are excited to shoot.
Well, now that I know that it's an iPhone photo, I now can see why I retroactively know it's an iPhone photograph, because it's not heavily processed like a lot of the Android ones are. Some of the Samsungs, they'll oversaturate the blues in the sky, but the iPhone doesn't do that.
Hey, Red Cloud, did I tell you that I appreciate that you're a Christian?
Well, boys, thanks for the chat. I've got to go. Have a nice evening.
Stefan, it was great chat. Thanks, man. Good to talk to you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
likewise.
sharing the pictures.
Talk to you later. Cheers.
Have a good evening, bro.
Have a good one.
Yeah, some good pictures there. It's great, isn't it? I used to take my camera on vacation. I don't anymore. Just take my phone. Why would you take a camera?
I noticed that the other day. I looked up at my camera bag and I was like, I don't ever take this thing out much anymore. I should really go do something with it. And I wonder if it can do anything more remarkable than what my phone camera can do.
Yeah, it's just going to keep getting better and better as well.
Yeah.
I reduced down in size to the Micro Four Thirds system, which is tiny, and I still don't even take that out. I just use my phone.
Oh yeah. Micro Four Thirds cameras are ace. They really are.
I can stick any vintage lens on it. It's awesome.
Yeah. You can get some really good looks with some of that old glass, the really old ones. I've toyed with the idea of getting a film camera again. You can get them for, buttons. They're worthless, essentially. But I haven't done that yet.
I still have mine, but it won't open anymore. There's it's jammed up somehow with the film that's in it, and I don't know if it's obviously the camera isn't worth anything, but I don't know if it's worth fiddling with it to the point where I take it apart in some way to get it working again, or if it's just an oddity. But I realize my children have no idea what a film camera is, and they've never developed film, they've never developed images, stuff that I did when I was their age. It was like we were doing this, and I'm like, in a generation, this technology is just gone, essentially.
Yeah, that was quick, wasn't it? That happened remarkably quickly. What's probably happened is that with older cameras, they'll use seals for the back of the camera to put the film in, and then the seal will degrade, and then it will seal it. Seal it shut.
That's probably whatever rubber or whatever was in there
is now a glue,
worn out, been glued itself together. Okay.
You can open it and not break the camera. The seal is gone.
A new seal or something of that nature.
You could, there's probably something like that. You just get a where the spudger is.
I do know what a spudger. Yeah, it's like a little plastic sort of pry bar.
That's it.
For electronics.
Grab yourself a spudger so you don't damage the metal, and you can pry it open.
Pry it.
As long as you know there's no film in it.
I am 90% sure there's film in it. And the reason for that is because the last time I used it, I remember that the window would show you the grade of film you have, and I could see that in there. So unless I threw a can in there and closed it without pulling the film over where the mirrors are, I'm quite certain that there's a roll of film in there. And from what I can feel, like it's reached the end. Like you can't advance it. Because I was trying to see if I could like move it or anything. So
if I remember, gosh, this is taxing my poor memory. But sometimes when you get to the end of the roll, it will not allow you to advance anymore with the lever. And sometimes it would just allow you to continue advancing it with the lever. It would just go on and on and on and on.
Yeah, you're supposed to like switch gears on it and then just like wind it backwards with the lid closed, and then it should just come free. And it doesn't. None of that wants to move. And so like that's one of the reasons I'm a little concerned about getting too involved in trying to open it up. Because I'm thinking like maybe some of these internal parts are tangled in with whatever roll of film I had in there. And I mean, obviously, yeah, go ahead.
If you can find somewhere with a dark room, or if you can recreate a dark room, you grab a bulb online and just keep the door closed in a room, in a closet somewhere, and do it that way.
It'll certainly save the film if there's anything in there worth developing.
But even if you, I've done this, open the back of the camera with the film completely exposed to the light.
Yeah.
And I closed it as fast as I possibly could, and then got the film developed, and a lot of the shots survived. Because
the ones that are rolled up probably aren't getting
the ones that are rolled up, and the edges were gone. In some, just a little bit, but a lot of the shots survived.
You lose 3 to 4 frames of shot probably with what's fully exposed at the back. 100% for certain, I would think. But yeah, I know you're right. Probably could be done. And yeah, like I do quite well remember like the window was set up so you can see like whatever you're shooting ISO 400 and with the
100, 400, 800, 1600.
Yeah, whatever it is, you could see that and maybe the brand that you had and whether it was color or black and white. I used to shoot a lot in black and white because I'm old. That was all we had. No, I went out of my way to get black and white to take black and white photos. Like now you could just like change it on your phone on the fly, but like I think of the stuff I did, and I used to shoot a lot of slide film as well because I found it really awesome to like take cool shots and then project them on a slide and see like on a whole wall and have like this massive
great big projector,
and just project it. And I really enjoyed that. I also I didn't get in or anything, and I ended up becoming a construction manager, which is probably all I was going to be doing anyway before I became a truck driver. But I applied to go to like art school, and they wanted all of the art on slide film, I guess, so they could look at it together in a room and decide if any of the art you made was worth.
Yeah, that's
worth
right. That's
pursuing
the way of doing it.
Student,
Put it on a
right?
slide.
So,
Yeah.
now you can probably email it. You can email it now, and they can put it through a projector just as easily. But it did not exist in my.
They could reject you without looking you in the eye.
That's right. Well, I had to go. This was in another city, so I had to actually fly over there because I was working at the time as well. So I didn't have time to drive down. I could, it was not unreachable, but I didn't have time to drive. So I flew for the day to where I was thinking of going to university. And what was amazing to me is how many people came with their parents to the application area. And I was like, oh, I'm just here on my own with like my little portfolio in my suitcase, and I'm obviously not prepared to go to art college. But that's the way life works sometimes.
Yeah, I remember having a portfolio in that folio thing on. Yeah, I remember having a folio like that, big thing.
Yeah, typically artists would have like a much bigger, like it would look like a briefcase, but it was usually thin very thin and very large, easily twice the size of anyone else's briefcase, but very, very slim. And I think I had a little thing like that Anyway, it's a good thing I didn't pursue art because I obviously wasn't very good at it, or I would have gotten into art school.
That's a good thing to know, and it's an important process, and that it is brutal, and you get rejected, but it's important because if the talent isn't there, you're no use to anybody, and you need to know that quickly before you devote too much time to it. You're no good at the thing.
It's so important for me to know that I'm a talentless hack.
It's important in the respect that you don't build up false hopes, and then you don't produce things that people aren't going to really appreciate. Because if you end up doing that, so if you're no good as a photographer, you just end up embarrassing people. You don't know because you're unaware, because you think your stuff is great, but you just end up embarrassing people because they have to stand there and say, "Oh, that's a nice photograph," or whatever. That's a nice painting, and they don't think it is. They're just being polite, and
I'm sure that happens a lot.
Yes.
Also, how many people were polite to me, telling me like I should go ahead and try because it's something I enjoyed doing and had a knack for certain aspects of it. But
I was photographing somebody, and he said he was a comedian. I said, "Oh, what do you do?" He was an interesting chap, you know. "Oh, I'm a comedian." "Oh," I said, "Great, yeah, okay, make me laugh." I said something like that. I don't know what I said.
Yeah.
And he started telling these awful jokes, and he was not funny. And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, good luck." You know. I was very supportive, and I lied to him. I outright lied to the man. I didn't say, "You're crap, forget it. Go into construction, or maybe you should be an Uber driver." I didn't say anything.
Well, not everybody's cut out for construction either. I can tell you that.
No, I didn't tell him the truth. I was too kind.
Yeah,
but he was rubbish, and someone needed to say to him, "You're rubbish. Go do something else."
If only you'd been honest.
Yeah, honesty
wasted all this time.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. I worked at a photography studio where honesty was absolutely imperative. So we'd come back from a shoot, we download the card, we go into the where the customers would come and view their pictures. We put it up on the projector, and the boss would critique every shot. And any shot that was bad, he would say, "That's awful. Bad, click, bad, click, bad, click." He would just go through. And okay, now that shot's good. All right, now here's a good one. That one's bad, 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 bad. There's a good shot. Bad, 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 bad. And he utterly honest, and that way you knew where you stood. Otherwise, you know, if you don't get honesty like that, then that's no good. You're no use to anybody.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta know where you really stand, for sure.
Yeah, because the client doesn't care. The client wants a good shot.
No, and I've had, I don't know why my wife ever thought we could afford to do this, but we've had times where we've hired a professional photographer to do stuff like, for a wedding, and now like that I understood the point of it. I guess our kids when they were younger, and we might do it again if we ever had some extra money. But basically, you pay somebody a few $100s to take, like, I don't know, they maybe present you with like 30 shots. And of those 30 shots, even though like they're of a subject matter we want or whatever, we're talking like 5 of them are something you actually want, and you're usually picking 4 or 5 that you're going to do anything with.
Yeah.
And I have no idea exactly how many times they click the shutter, but I'm sure professionals probably 20 to 30 times they probably get what they want. And then between what works out and what doesn't, and with human subjects and kids in particular, I mean, you're not going to have, a perfect professional shoot exactly. So yeah,
it changed. It changed when we went from, because I was working photographer in a studio when we went from film to digital.
Yeah, so you remember the days when you were actually blowing through film.
So I remember using a loop on a light board, a light table.
Yeah.
So I remember that. I remember looking through a loop on a light table, and that's how you did it. And then it changed. But if we shot, for example, a model.
Yeah.
If we did a model, I'd shoot probably I'm trying to think how many shots. I can't remember. It was probably around 40 or 50 shots, maybe. Maybe, because we weren't big time in New York or anything like that. All right. So it's New York, it's a lot more than that, but maybe 30, 40, something like that. And then you pick one. Now
you've got a professional subject as well. Like they know how to provide what you're looking for, because that's what they do.
The best models needed very little direction. The only direction you really needed is if you have a specific pose. If I have a specific pose in mind that I can see the model doing, I'll say, I want you to do this, I want you to do that. Otherwise, I'm just going to say, like you see in like Austin Powers, work it, baby, work it.
Work it.
That's all you need to do is just encourage her to do her thing.
Yeah.
And you just click the shutter, and that's it. That's your job. Light it right. Make sure she does her thing. And make sure you don't crop out her feet, and you're golden.
Okay.
Actually, I got a phone call. BRB.
All right. I don't know if I'll be here or not. Ugh.
Okay. Good chatting with you, Chucker.
I got to load up a hoe. All right. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Jeez. And this one can go. Okay. Get one more small. Okay. Okay, that one. Oh, there's this one. Okay. Okay, that's good. All right. Bumper's working. Okay. Go. All right, we got this all done. Okay. Okay. All right. I did just get put on my wrong device. Stop the channel hole, and everybody disappears. Oh. Oh.
What's up?